Fly so high, I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Dangerous times, don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind.
Well, good morning, everyone out there in Flying with Mike's World. Uh-oh, got a mic on somewhere. Hang on, gotta find it. Ah, found it. All right, there we go. The echo has left the room. All right, folks, sorry about that. Wasn't expecting that one. All right, it's what I get for listening to a stream last night and forgetting to remute for the morning. Oh well. Hey, we're here in Memphis, folks. Hey, I brought this up last time we were in Memphis, which was last week near the end. But we'll take a look here. With the new 09 point, what are we at? RC5. Actually, it's full release now. There was a lot of gig scenery update, and they said it really didn't do a whole lot, but it did some things. Well, for that many gigs, I hope there was more than just a little. But anyway, hey, we took it long ago. We know that Charleston no longer had the power lines on the approach, which was awesome. And now Memphis doesn't have any floating buildings as we look around. So, hey, at least in some ways, folks, that was a good scenery update. They say it's a prelude to what we can expect with the new betas coming out here shortly for X-Plane 12, 1 dot, whatever they'll be. And look forward to hitting the betas here soon. Anyway, we are in the rotate MD11. Hang on a second, gotta change. There we go. I will give it this. It's a good airplane, folks. I took the update. I basically just re-downloaded the installer and updated to the latest. And this one now has an EFB in it. So there's a lot to it. There's some stuff that I don't think is in the real one. But again, I didn't really deal much with MD11s at the airport, except for the occasional Centurion cargo. There was another one in that group that would come through. Skylease, maybe. Anyway, and one out of Brazil. Was it Brazil? Was it Colombia? Anyway, you can tell we didn't see many. And the occasional World Airways airline version of this, hauling troops to and from Korea. For back then it was called Team Spirit. I have no idea what it's called today, but going back and forth to exercises in Korea. So beyond that, folks, we really never saw this beast in here. We saw the DC-10, uh, the predecessors to this, but with the MD designation, they got rid of the flight engineer. So, and of course, lengthened it, broadened the fuel tanks, and a few other things. But anyway, folks, enough on that. We're in the MD11. We'll do our best to show it off as we head from Memphis to Boise, Idaho. Now, this really wasn't an MD11 run, um, but for the distances I was looking to travel this time with it, it seemed pretty doable. So normally the A300, maybe 757, would tackle it. 767 maybe as a fill-in, but I didn't see many MD11s. And to be honest, let's be honest here, folks. There aren't going to be many more MD11s. The word came down. FedEx is beginning to phase them out, so there aren't going to be much longer. You'll get to see them with FedEx. I've heard the same with UPS, but have yet to confirm. So, like my 747s and 777s, they are beginning to go bye-bye. The 777s will be around probably a little longer, but the airlines are beginning to phase out in favor of the A350 and 789s. All right, so let's head up into the office space here and let's get into pre-briefing. Oh, looky here. Are we cold and dark? All right. That's right, folks. You're going to get to see this from start to finish. All right. So, pre-brief. Sim Toolkit. All right. There's Sim Toolkit, folks. And you get a little, look at the route. Now, when you're going this way, it is pretty much RNAV routing to these new fixes they came up with, these KMs, KDs, all along the way from, I think they stretch the whole continent or stretch east to west coast. Oh, pardon me, folks. I don't know why I keep yawning, but I do. Um, but anyway, so that's kind of why it's the way to basically straighten this route up and, where there isn't restricted airspace, they can get more use out of the country instead of sticking them on airways. All right, so go up here. Let's look at our loadout. And yes, we do have 21 passengers, folks. Cargo today, 120,355, all subjective because our goal is to load it up to a zero fuel weight of 377,301. We're hoping that means our payload will be 120,000 or 124,030. We'll see. It'll all depend what we can get her up to this. Fuel for today, 77,326. And cost index 200 at a flight level of 380. So it's Zumit 5 to FOXOM. Then once we're out of the hen house, we're headed to KM36I as in India, DOSA, KK57 Charlie, KD60 Alpha, KD66 Whiskey, KD49 Uniform, KU72 Sierra, KU75 Quebec, PIH, and then right on to Reeps and the Court for arrival. And if you can't read that, well, I'm going to help you out in the chat room here. A lot easier to read that way. All right, Mitar here. We'll let you read it in case it's also difficult for you to see on the screen. Pretty much calm winds. All right, so we have calm winds, 10 miles visibilities, and a clear sky. But I'll bet you it's raining. Sorry, Austin, had to go there. I have had this forecast so many times, and it still rains on us. So 5 degrees outside and 3017. One of these days I'm going to get that email from Austin that says, shut up. All right, so winds in Boise are out of the southeast at 3 knots, 10 miles visibility. We do have clouds there at 4,100 feet above the ground and overcast at 5,500 above the ground, and it is 3 degrees there. So overall, not too bad. You can see we're going to shoot for 10 left in Boise. I may change my mind on this 3-6 left. We may shoot off 2-7. So we'll kind of put a coin in the air when it's that time. All right, and finally, I am going to go ahead, pre-file, hoping, let's see what we get here. So we'll be FedEx 811. Let's make sure the times are all doable. It's going to be pushing, but we'll do it. Navs, hang on a second, folks. Gotta love my friends cut, copy, and paste. All right, and we'll do that, and we're D aircraft. Okay, I think we're good to file. And I do see some issues with the radios. We'll see what happens when we power up. Just looking up at my X-Pilot here real quick. All right, so there you have it, folks. We have pre-filed with VATSIM. That means we're not online yet. We have to actually physically go online. That will do here in a bit. All right, so with that SIM toolkit, we'll come back and do a proper takeoff brief here as we're building the flight plan. All right, let's get into this thing, shall we? Now, hang on a second. There it is. For this, we're using the MD11 QREF check. You can find this on the internet. Just do a Google search. That's the checklist we're following. It mirrors the, and I highly recommend you all do this, mirrors the tutorial flight that comes with the MD11. So that way you can go through it a few times and then a few times without running it with the tutorial part of it and get used to the plane. What you're going to find real quick here, we're going to spend hopefully less than a minute on it. I affectionately call this the Airbus 11. And I can already hear people throwing lettuce, tomatoes, carrots, hey, go ahead, throw your salad at me. I don't care. It's if you know how to fly an Airbus, folks, you've already achieved what you need to know for this plane. Oh, there's some McDonnell Douglas stuff thrown in here, but overall, it's an Airbus. So if you understand the basics to the Airbus McDo's, you understand the general layout of the Airbus overheads, this plane becomes very easy to set up and then becomes pretty, I mean, the MD part, the McDonnell Douglas part comes into play everywhere else. But that part right there achieved, it's a piece of cake then, folks. So I just wanted to put that out there. That's why I affectionately call this the Airbus 11. I know a lot of you hear me say that there is no such thing as an Airbus 11. Actually, if you know the A300, you're getting pretty close. And the A320s aren't, you'll see the similarities real quick. Put that in the back of your mind as we go through this plane. All right, so what I'm going to do is swing over here. I think I got to put power to the plane. Let me see. Ah, there we go. All right, just hit the power button, folks, and voila. I've never, okay, you can brighten and darken this. All right, we're going to start with, you know, it really doesn't take much. We'll go cold and dark. Okay, weight and balance. We already know most of this. So let's get to fine tuning it, shall we? And I want to check something here. Bear with me just a second here, folks. I don't know if I put this in here or not. I did. Okay, this is the checklist we're using right here. The QRF checklist rotate MD11 version 1.3. Okay, when it comes up, you're going to see it is just pretty much going to follow you through how the tutorial works. And with that knowledge, you can then apply it to the plane. So it's the MD11 QRF. We'll come back to this in just a second. All right, so we're at weight and balance. Okay, so we actually, let's go to ground ops. We're going to go ahead, request ground power, request the cockpit stairs. We're not going to do these as of yet, but we are going to open the cockpit door and the side doors. Why aren't we opening the main door? You'll see. You know, okay, don't jump ahead of the program, folks. So here's what we got going so far. We have the ground power unit, and you can see the chocks were already in place. We've now opened up those cargo doors. Over here, you can see the stairs servicing the main entry. Cockpit, of course, up in the front, if you didn't know that. So we're getting there, folks. All right, so let's head over here again. Back to weight and balance. Actually, I'm going to go ahead power it up. Get used to my thing. First thing is your battery. Noticing something here, folks? Dark switches means they're on. Yeah, starting to say Airbus. I can hear you Boeing guys really getting mad at me. Folks, this was never a Boeing aircraft. This was built by McDonnell Douglas. Boeing inherited when they bought out good old McDonnell Douglas. And that sounds awful loud. Hang on. All right, there we go. All right, so we are now on external power. We are currently on powered up. If we look down here, we'll see our screens all nicely going. At this point, will get rid of these just because they're always in the way. And I don't mean that mean, it just they always are in the way. I'm like the airplane movie. I rip down, rip it out, throw it in the back. Who needs the yoke? Airplane can fly itself. All right, and last thing I'm going to do is turn the emergency power to on. And we'll do a quick test. The only bad thing is you can't really really do much. All right, and okay, here's where we started. We'll take it off. That's about the only way I know how to make this work. All right, and then finally we'll turn the APU on here in a moment. We're not fueled. All right, so back to here. So we'll settle down. We'll get the main door open here in a moment. All right, so our total payload. We're calling it at, let's see what our numbers said. 124.30. Why didn't you type? 124030. There we go. We'll get the CG here in a minute. Block fuel out of here. Stand by. Okay, sim brief said 77,326. $326. Enter. Okay. Taxi fuels 2,000 in this plane. Ballast and that we're not worried about. Now, if it doesn't say on here. If you use the plugin, it'll tell you if you want to see your landing, you got to put your trip in. Trip for today is 53,226. Meaning the amount of fuel, if you don't know, it takes to get from Memphis to Boise. Just that fuel alone. Now you see our landing weight. Now let's take a look up here. All right. Wow, we are almost dead on, folks. We're 100 pounds off. We want actually, we're not even that. We're like 9 pounds off. I'm going to call it good enough. I'm sorry, folks. We're good enough. Okay, now I want to pull this back up. Told you we were going to come back to it. Okay, let's get back up here. All right, so flight prep. You want to put your payload in, your block fuel, your taxi, your trip, and all of what we just did. This is extremely critical. Line F, Foxtrot here. Payload CG modify for a takeoff CG 30 to 31 Mach. Okay. What the heck are they talking about? Very simple, folks. You want your payload CG to move so this number right here, which technically is there. Remember, it said, hang on, plugins, 30 to 31. So technically, big air quotes up there, folks, you're within that range. You know me, I don't like technically, because technically usually means problems. So what I'm going to do is set it to 30.05. Now, basically remember, all you did was just throw numbers at this weight and balance, okay? It's not really telling you where in the plane things are being spotted so that your CG falls right, okay? That's all done by dispatch with FedEx programs that are available, and all of this that tells them if you put widget this at this weight, this dimension here, it'll be fine. Pretty much. Pretty much. Another great aircraft term. Okay, so our takeoff CG is now 30.5, in between the 30 and the 31. We are now good to load. Now, you can apply this to the aircraft in the FMC. Okay, I'm going to go to ground ops and tell it request fuel. And then I'm going to tell it to load. Okay. Now, look what's going on outside. Hang on. You know me. This is pretty cool, other than the fact that default scenery slapped a loader right there. Can't do much about it. We'll get over it. One pitfall with this plane that I'm not overly happy with. Um, is it going to be a deal breaker in me not flying it? No, because this is like 12th or 13th, 14th stream we've done with it. When these cans go in, do not be expecting Captain Sim. And I know I hurt some people's ears with that company. At least when you tell it to load in Captain Sim, it's going to load on all the cans. More importantly, even if it only put 4 in there, you would see 4 cans inside the plane. You will not see them at all. This is the only eye candy they give you. Good or bad. To me, if you're gonna do it, hey, at least show it up inside the plane. You know, if you're gonna go this far, take the next step. Okay, there they go. Now you see, you can see them through the door there, right? Okay, get everything pulled away. Oh, and there is no fuel truck, folks. Sometimes that fuel truck is the default fuel truck. It'll show up to refuel. And sometimes it won't. Okay, we're inside the aircraft. Oh, what? What? Where's those 4 cans at least? And there, folks, lies one of my big headaches with this plane. Okay, you don't believe me? Let's look at it from the other side. Yeah. If you're going to go to that extent, to me, maybe it's a programming nightmare. I don't know. But at least let us know. All right, so we're still refueling. And it'll tell you when you're done. Let's take a look outside, see if we're done. Nope. But we're about to be, because he's retracting. And I still think, by the way, folks, and I know this is a little off the topic, for those that work at Mid-America watching this where I work, I swear to God, one of our trucks could do that. But I've been told they can't. Where it articulates up on these higher wings instead of walking up a ladder. And that feature may have been disabled or broke. Always the latter's a good one. Oh, but anyway, there you go, folks. Now when we come in, refueling's done. And there's your fuel, 77,300. Okay, so now we're fueled. Now we got cargo on board, folks. Let's get right into this and get this bird going. All right, so let's get the APU starting up, shall we? Very simple. You can either do it here or here. But let's do this first.
Engine 1, fire. Engine 2, fire. Engine 3, fire. Engine 1, fire.
I have to say lame, but hey, the FAA approved it. You know it has to be good and true if the 3 letters approve it. FAA. Oh well. Yeah. I'm sorry, folks. That's oh well. All right, so we're going to push it from here. You're going to see on flashing, available flashing until it fires up. And I'm going to let it fire up. I can't remember if we can hear it or not. I guess we can a little. I'd like to say we could see a plume, but I'm starting to think that's a no. Hang on a second, folks. I just want to test something. All right, folks, that background air noise in the cockpit, if that gets overpowering, let me know. Hawker, our normal moderator, they told him he had to report to work today. What is going on in this world? No, seriously, I get it. So if you would, let me know if that gets too much. I'll turn it down even more. All right, so you can see now the APU is available. It automatically, oh geez, I've heard this somewhere before, automatically turns on the APU gen. Huh, what other aircrafts do that? You notice the general layout? Kind of looks like an Airbus. Yeah, I know, I'm hurting some people badly. Sorry, but yeah, it is, folks, very reminiscent. Like I said, if you know an Airbus, you've got this airplane pretty well handled. All right, so we have got the APU on. The pack switches, we now need to turn the APU switched on, and we'll let the packs come on. Telling you folks, we're not far away. We're going to get the IRS going here. Make sure you pay your taxes. Oh wait, wrong IRS system. Okay, you can see all the packs are now on. Isolation valves, everything's set. Fuel pumps are in auto. And we're ready to turn the IRS system number 1 on, and wait for it. There it is again. I don't think that would alert me to too much. I guess you got to get used to it real quick in this plane though. Okay, testing there. Everything else is set. Cargo heat temperature set to low. And emergency power switch, we already did that, is now in the arm position. All right, now with us doing the, let's get the nav lights. Oh, they were already on. See, got me. Logo lights, though, are now on. And the beacon's off, and the high intensity, which I think is McDonnell Douglas E's for strobes. All right, we got the no smoking light lit. All right, let's head down to the FMCs. Clear, clear. Okay, all we're doing right now, folks, we're going to check the aircraft status. We're going to check for the flight plan and so forth. Speaking of flight plan, I meant to do this earlier. Oh, there we go. All right. Like for a second there, did it drop it? No, it did not. Okay, good. All right. So let's get over here first. Let's check the aircraft status. To do that, go to your NIT. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. Menu. FMC. Hang on, I gotta remember here. Come on. data page is missing. Okay, well, we're not going to be able to check that. Interesting. All right, so we're going to click. Okay, I got to click into it. All right, and it is going to be, bear with me 1 second. Okay, there it is. Our alternate is, okay. Oh, MSO, I believe. Yes, MSO. Oh, gotta put the M in first or it won't have a clue. Okay. Now, working our way down here, we need, again, you know where to find this. Okay, so we got our from, our to, our position, ref. Again, if you got a chart that'll tell you specifically where you're at, go for it. The one I have does not do that. I'm just double checking that Memphis has not included in charts the parking gates. Yeah, I figured. Just let's make sure nothing for Memphis. Yeah, not, or for at FedEx. Nope, none. Okay. All right. So we'll just have to go with wherever it reports us at, and I'm going to go ahead and put us in as FDX8. My call sign at FedEx Express Virtual. And folks, on that real quick, if you are looking for a VA to join that you don't have to jump through a lot of hoops, just a couple, take a look at them. I always say look before you leap, just because there may be something there that isn't to your liking, which is, you know what, welcome to the world, folks, to humanity. Not everything is set up for everybody. But if you can live with those rules, I highly recommend them. Just the big thing they wanted to make sure is you can fly, and if you're gonna play on VATSIM, can use VATSIM. That's it. After that, all you do is you fly the routes they have. You can't make up your own, but they have a lot of routes that aren't technically FedEx routes. Substitution, well, you can fly any FedEx plane that can get the fuel to fly the flight. So if you try to take an ATR from Memphis to London, England, good luck. Last I checked, you're going to run out of fuel somewhere in Canada. Just going to tell you. So anyway, they are a great virtual air. I love, folks, I've been with them, good Lord, 7, 8 years. They're a good bunch of people, good software, FS Acres 2, modified by their guy behind the website and all. So great programming out there. I enjoy flying. It's a good group of people. They have events from time to time, and just a great bunch of people. Check them out there at fdxva.org. Okay, so we've basically done our alignment here. So what we're going to do is basically hit initialize, pause ref, back to the flight plan. And that's it for this moment. A few other things we got to do, like a hydraulic test. Okay, the hydraulic test. This is your hydraulic panel, your electrics, your air, your fuel. Pretty well set up, like Airbus. Okay, so open up the little window guard, press test. Come down here, and then, like Airbus, there are buttons to push. Push the hydraulic one. Oop. And you can see it's already delineating. There's a test getting ready to happen. Basically, what we're looking for here is system capacity verification. Has to have at least 5.3 gallons each of the three systems, and it's going to test each one. Make sure, 1, they can charge, 2, their warning systems go off, and 3, they can hold the hydraulic charges. And there it goes. All right, so while that's going on, I mentioned this earlier, and I am going to go ahead and bring up, oh, wrong one. I thought I had OBS. I was on my web. All right, quickly, let me bring XPilot in. All right, in the chat, somebody let me know what's wrong here as we get System 2 firing up here in a minute. There's the warning for System 1. And when it goes yellow, that's the warning for System 2. And then System 3 will follow. The only thing here is they're not green, yellow, blue. I think blue's the other one. But yeah, again, very Airbus-ish. Okay, nobody's responded. I'll show you. This is what I talk about, folks. If this is not set up right, you are not either going to talk, you're not either going to hear, or all of the above. Okay, so the hydraulic test is complete. Let's come down to these comms. All right, first and foremost, you gotta have your microphone on. Now, it is saying it is on. Okay. By the TX being illuminated. But I still do that. But here's the speakers. Have to pull it. Come on, pull out. Ah, looky there. Now you have RX. See how it's different from the one below it? Huh, how did I do that? And let me get the right frequency up here. Here we go. So now next to 122.8, you see it's correct. I'm going to get this one set up right too. Not that we're going to be listening or anything on it, but it's at least set up right. And that's a Unicom. Okay, so you want the mic to be on. You want this. Now, one more step, folks. Turn it so that it's all the way up. That way, for sure, you're going to hear them. Okay? I have yet to try turning them down from here to see if that works. And then down here on your squawk, 2000. Up to. All right, and then just again, so you all see this, to make controllers happy so they're not grumpy at you. Move it up at least 1 notch till you see this green mode C. Sometimes you have to take it a couple of notches, but once you have it, you're good on the ground. And they won't be so grumpy with you. In this arena, believe me, I went through, I've said it before, very long, grumpy Phoenix controller because I was not squawking mode C when I was. And lo and behold, a couple flights later, I realized this is what he was talking about. He was right. wrong in how we handled it. Whatever. So anyway, folks, that's what you're looking for on X-Plane, on X-Pilot. This is your connection to VATSIM. So you want to make sure, one, that you have TX. We had that to start, but we didn't have RX. So you want to first turn the speaker on by pulling the knob up, then turn it up. Okay, and then our glare shield, that's this area right up here. Hang on. Okay, so that's right up in here. All right, so I'm going to start on this side, and then we'll do the first officer side. So we want inches or HEP selected. It's this button right here, folks. And if you all were with us a few weeks ago or a few months ago when we started this plane, I couldn't figure out what the heck they were talking about. Turn your light switch up. So inch or HP right here. And it just sets what you're going to use your baro for. While we're here, let's go ahead and get that baro set. And yes, folks, we'll be a little long in getting out of here. 3019. Okay. Now your minimums will set as we get closer to departure. The other thing, oh yeah, I guess we could set them now. It's saying go ahead and set them in the checklist. Okay, so we have our RA set at 200. Now, if you go to baro, all that is now you set for the barometric. So add 200 feet to your airport elevation. All right, next up, they want us to make sure our ND nav display is in MAG, heading MAG. And you do have a true if you needed to, okay? Finally, baro is set, altimeter is set, bank angle, okay. Here, let me kind of come up and over. All right, it's hard to see here, folks. But as you look at the knob here, you see this little notch here where auto is? That's where we want the notch to be, is auto. Basically, what it's going to do, taking the SID, star, and route, determine the best bank angle to use. Now, at certain points in the flight, you can physically set it from 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Oh, sorry. Schoolhouse Rock came back again. Sorry. But you can set your bank limit up to 25. Some checklists for like the 737 say go to 10 above 30,000, I think it is, or was it 5? 10 to 5. You know, you could do that. And it basically limits what the people in the plane will feel as you take a fixed turn. But it can also make you S your way through getting on course, depending how it's set up in there. But auto will generally keep you right on course. All right, folks, and that brings us now to the final setup in the FMCs. What does that mean? Oh my goodness, that's a big word. Hang on a second. I am working on something that I started on and didn't finish. Shame on me, I know. Dang it, I'm mad at myself too. 24. Okay. 377. That's all I want. Okay, now we're getting close to setup here. Bear with me. 7. And all right, we are now set up. Okay, because what we're going to be doing here, folks, is entering the remainder of the flight plan. Okay, so, and that's what I wanted to get set up here with the company route to make that a little easier. All right, so initial climb today is 36,000. Okay, so 3, 6, let's do it this way. FL 360. 360. All right. And then we're going to go up to 38,000 at DOSOA. Now I don't know. I know how to do that. My bad. There we go. And then you would do them across the pond if you were doing that. Temperature and heading. Winds. All right. This gets a little funky. So, and that is an aviation term, folks. All right, so temperature. For this format, it's actually pretty easy to figure up. Find my winds. All right, so we're going to be 51, let's see, 49 to 51 to 50. Good Lord. Okay, 53. Let's go 52. All right, so minus 52 slash. Now, you see the format here, head? And that's what we do have. Hang on a second. Our winds today, and this is as of, when did this come to be? I forget when. They were showing 268 at 3, headwind component of 54. So we'll put HD 054. Okay, and then optimum, maximum, it's not telling us, but our CI is 200. There's our optimum at this level, 3.6, which is what we planned, maximum 40,000. Okay, so that's page 1. Okay, we filled that all out, cost index. Page 2, go to your page button right here, move it over. Now we're going to go in and make sure this information is correct. Now, if you remember, I clicked it on the EFB. Otherwise, you would be clicking these to fill it in. 30, see how it's all filled out nicely for us? That's all we're verifying, that it's correct. Okay, continuing now. Since this all looks good, let's go to flight plan. Oh, I can hear the Airbus guys going, oh my God, this looks just like Airbus. Well, wait, it's going to look even more. Click on that. Clicks. Oh, instead of the word departure, they use SID. Oh my gosh, that is blasphemy. I think y'all are getting the picture. But now it has a Boeing look to it. Notice that, folks? Normally, hang on. Sorry, I didn't want to cough in your ear. Normally, you would select your runway on a page. When you did, then your SIDs would come up. Here, looks just like Boeing. So you get a flavor of both. Like I said, Airbus mixed with McDonnell Douglas. I'm sure McDonnell Douglas would love me to say it the other way around. McDonnell Douglas mixed with an Airbus flavor. But no. Again, let me see if what the weather currently is here. Departures are only on the 36s. Oh, that's their approaches are set up for 327. Okay, so we're gonna have to do the long taxi. Or do we? Hang on a second. Oh. Get this refreshed real quick. Oh. I just might. We're going off 27, folks. It's called a captain command decision. Oh, okay, so zoom it. If you remember, that was our departure. Now, bear with me a second here, folks. I'm going to bring in charts. I say cautiously. First, I'm going to get rid of XPilot, bring in charts. And then I'm going to broaden it to where basically you'll be able to read it, and then I'll fit the screen. Okay. Another pet peeve, and this one's not aimed at Rotate. It's aimed at all developers who don't. I really wish you could pop this out instead of, trying to, well, that's how the real pilots are. Come on. We are a simulator, for crying out loud. We're not the real plane. You want that? Hey, do what Hawker's doing. Take a MD11 fuselage, stuff it in your garage, the neighbor's garage, and maybe the next door neighbor after that, and make a sim out of it. All right, so we're going to be flying the Zoomit, as you see at the top here, Zoomit 5 departure. Transition, I don't think we have one on this. Did we? Hang on, let's pull it up, find out. FOXOM. Transition FOXOM. There it is, hidden. Little bit on the hidden side. That's a Boeing thing also that kind of gets them hidden. I wish they'd have gotten rid of, like, we're gonna fly 2 SIDs out of here. Really? No. All right, so there you have it. We're going to fly Zoomit 5 FOXOM off of runway 27. So as you see it here, folks, we'll do a quick one here. Climb, heading 273 to 860 feet, then continue on. Expect vectors to ST triple V, meaning we bypass these. So from here, we go direct here, then to Zoomit to FOXOM. Okay. Now, what you're seeing here, folks, let me, okay, so manual to ST triple V. What does this mean? Okay, Airbus guys should know this one because this is Airbus-esque. Yeah, this is just like a vector, meaning you're going to fly. Don't really see the heading on here, but you're going to fly that 273 until you direct it to ST triple V. Then it'll do its thing and fly on from there. Okay, FOXOM, you can see, is right there. And then we're just going to kind of go through it real quick like. And this is where I don't like a lot of this. Because in order to see this, let me make sure real quick here, folks, you're able to see everything. Yeah, you're not going to be. All right, so basically watch the ND as I step through just like Airbus with the up arrow. Oh wait, I got to be in map. Hang on. Okay. All right, so you can see a little bit. Here's the up arrow. Here we go. Okay, there's KM351 or 361, then DOSTA, then 57 Charlie 60 Alpha. Okay. Then we're looking for 66 Whiskey, 69 Uniform, 72 Sierra, 75 Quebec. Folks, I highly recommend you walk it through. You're looking for two things: discontinuities and the possibility that you typed in a fix if you're not, completely company routed, but still could be an error. That you're on the route planned. I have done this a couple of times, trying, like they say, you can put your airway in, put your fix, your airway, your fix, your airway, your fix. And lo and behold, I had one that went wrong that I didn't check. And I'm scrambling in flight trying to figure out why the plane's turning east when it should be turning west. And it took me a lot of fuel to finally figure it out, bring the plane around, get it on course. We still landed with barely enough to make our alternate if we needed. But moral of that story is, had I done this, I would have caught it early. Okay, so we are at 72 Sierra. Next up is 75 Quebec, which you see here now on the screen, then PIH, which then brings us to reaps and a discontinuity. All right, so what we're planning is this arrival, the Court 4 arrival, RNAV, all runways, to Boise. And the game plan as of right now, we go ahead and go back to flights. Let's look at Boise. Okay, now Pilot's Edge actually has one, but Boise also has a air terminal information service, meaning this is what you would hear when you're coming into the airport on your radio. You're now seeing it before you depart. All right, so RNAV visual approach is in use, landing and departing 10 left, 10 right. Sounds good. Before we go any further, what's 10 left, 10 right, and where is cargo? Well, I can tell you right now, FedEx parks here. So if we come in 10 left, get off by Charlie, Mike, we just make a nice little simple taxi back and go to the cargo room. Pretty simple. Who knows? We might be, no, we'll still shoot for it. So 10 left will be our arrival runway. So Boise. Okay, now I am going to kind of switch up for now, so we can all see what's going on. And you all can go, oh my gosh, it is Airbus. Okay, again, Court 4. A lot of this now looks Boeing-esque. Are we going to come off DOSOA, or are we coming off, where's DOSOA? Or reaps. Okay, so you're either coming from here or from here. It's all on the same routing. Let's go reaps. And again, we're coming in, where is the ILS? Now I'm kind of concerned. Do we have an ILS for 10? No. Ooh. Now that could put a little, oh, that's, what the heck did I go to? All right, for 10 left, all we have available to us, especially off the Court 4, is the RNAV. Now this is saying there's an RNAV Yankee for it. Here, yeah, right here. We'll do the Zulu, but interesting. I'm gonna shoot this RNAV. RNAV, 10 left, Zulu. Okay. Come in at Clocky. So basically you can now see what we're gonna fly here, folks. Ooh. All right, so there you have it. We're gonna fly the Court 4 from Reeps to the RNAV 10 left Zulu approach Kolki transition. Ooh, this is gonna be fun, folks. All right, so didn't it load in? Did I forget to click something? Oh, I did. Insert. And we're coming in on Kolki. That's what I forgot to do. Okay, so making sure everything looks good. Insert. There we go. Again, that's why you check now. It's better to do now. Granted, we got 3 hours to get there to do it in flight, but it's always nice to have it set up, and if we have to change, we have to change. All right, so there you have it. And then, bear with me, we'll look at this real quick together. And that's pretty much the flight plan part of this, folks. Okay, so there's Reeps. Then we're headed to Soldi Durso at or above 14. Port Bulls Owls. Okay. Erexi, Grizzly, Leafs, ROB, Roby, Polky, and here is that again. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to say clear manual, and we should connect. I don't know what this turnaround is all about. Oh, that's the hold here. Like, what the heck is that? Why is it that far? Okay, well, that's the hold on the missed approach. Okay, and then we walk it around. Everything looks good. Hang on a second. Swoop, wrong chart, wrong chart. Kolki, Liza, Ulva, Spree, Fatib, and then the runway. All right, and then our missed approach, which is what was throwing me off, Canik. And there's our missed or hold for Canik. Okay, and then if we had the missed approach, there's where we divert to Missoula, there's where we put it in. All right, so there you have the flight. I know that took a lot longer than I anticipated. Whole lot longer. All right, sorry about that, folks. Okay, so we got the flight plan in there. We cleared the discos. We're checked the route. Now we're going to go back up here, click back to map. All right, now let's go to takeoff approach. Little different. This would be going to perf in an Airbus. A little different here, but really not a whole lot. Okay, this one's a little difficult. We just look, rid of charts. And we do not have anything up here to help us on this, folks. Okay, so we have to go with what we have, all right? Enter TopCat. We haven't seen this program in a while, folks. Again, payware program, and it will help us out in putting in data for this, okay? It's not perfect. Don't look at it to be the savior of all saviors, but it does help. I'm going to just kind of make it a little bigger. All right. So with TopCat, first thing we did, selected our aircraft. Okay, came over here, got our weight and balance to match up here and our fuel to match up here. And I am just gonna, real quick, in case it tries to make a difference. Okay, so there in our alternate KMSO. All right, so everything should, for the most part, match up. Not given, this is set up more for that other simulator, but it works really. I've told you this with PMD or Zebo. They're like dead on. Even flight factor is pretty doggone close. So I really like using it as a nice compare and contrast when I do have that ability to, if the aircraft's in here, to check it. All right, so let's get into it. Now, once you have your weight and balance set up, click. Okay, so what we're doing here, folks, Memphis, we're going to go off runway 27. Update your weather. You can get it from Active Sky, NOAA, and I forget the third source. VATSIM. I try to stay clear of VATSIM weather. That's an FSX thing going way back, folks, where the two did not play nicely together. And you basically turned it off in lieu of a weather program because VATSIM was horrible above 24,000 feet. Anyway, that was then. This is now. So we got a wind of 120 at 3 now. But we were calm. Two zero at 3. Okay, so it's actually favoring Niner. Let's utilize. I'm going to utilize charts here, folks, in the background. And we're still blowing off on the 3.6s. This is 29 minutes old with the 120 at 3. So we're still going to go off 2.7. Okay. All right. So got TopCat up here. Temperature is 9 degrees outside. Okay, and our barometric pressure, you can see, gives it to you in millibars as well as inches of mercury. Really irrelevant in this aircraft, but just so you, in some, you need it. And then your runway characteristics. You got a slope, which you can put in here. We'll do it. It's a negative, but we will. And I highly recommend doing this, folks. If you're those that want to fly real, those are things you don't miss out on, because that fine-tunes your numbers. Okay, so coming down, 452, 450, 600. I'm okay with that. Let's see if I click get, if we get closer. Nope. Okay, auto. We're going to leave it in optimum. We're going to leave thrust in normal. I don't think we have another one. Air conditioning on. We don't need the airfoil or anti-ice systems on. You know what? We'll go with engine to be safe. Then all you do is, okay, and if you have a temporary shortening, like there's construction on at the airport and they're shutting down part of the runway, displacing it, whatever, put that in here in feet. Also, if you have any MELs, in this case, you can have a reverser in loop, wheel brake assembly, hydraulic line in loop, or a center gear. Those can go in and make the corrections in your computations. We're just doing compute because we have a perfectly new aircraft. All right, now here's what I really like about TopCat. Not only does it give me my flex and all of these fun numbers, look at this, it tells me how much runway. 400 feet. Let's do it. You're like, what? Yeah, let's do it. 400 feet. Let's see if it eats it up. All right, so flex will be 60. Otherwise, to get more runway, we'd run the flex down to whatever. All right, slope and winds. Okay, slope is a negative 0.4. Okay, if you're following along on that checklist, folks, you would put DN. Airbus guys, remember this? 0. What did I say? 4? Okay. Diagonal wind. Is it a headwind? Is it a tailwind? Currently looking at a tail. I think you put TL. I've never put a tailwind in here. Of 3. And the survey says, it'll say format wrong if I did it wrong. Hey, it took it. How about that? It's 9 degrees. I'm sorry. It's not smart. I forgot. It's part Boeing. There we go. You got to put the plus or minus in front of it. Okay, so we got the basics in. Now we're looking for our packs on, packs off. Packs are, got to type the word on. Okay. Going to have 90, look at that, 97.4 for the N1. We're looking at 97.8 here. That's not bad, folks. Flaps 10, by the way. Okay, so we'll put 10. And the survey says, boom. Now this we're going to do. All right, now let's look at the numbers here. Okay, so here's what the system came up. V1, first column with the V's, folks, 137. Could be 136 to 138. That's there. Rotate 158. They're saying 160 and 170. I'm going to go with these numbers. 2 reasons. I don't end up having to change them when I get out there, back and do all of this stuff again. And I can always call it 160, 170. Okay, so this is actually not bad. You're off by 2, off by, now this one's a little low. But this one I'm okay with. You're off by 2, we'll go with it. 6, that's a little pushing it. But anyway, folks, the ND set up, we're ready to go. And yes, I know we took over an hour and 20 minutes. So let's get Top Cat away and let's take a look outside and see what we can get rid of. Okay, first thing is obviously the electric cart. We can close up the aircraft and get it ready to go. Okay, so let's come in here. First off, go up here, external power off. Now we're on the generator. Off. Close, close, and close, and close. They will switch to open when they're ready. Okay, and then pull the stair set. Okay, so one more look outside. Everything but the chocks are gone. All right. Finally, we are ready to go, folks. Just getting the ACARS program warmed up. And we are on the map. And let's go ahead and I think I submitted, so let me connect. FDX81. And we are at MD11. Connecting. All right, so we're looking at a squawk of 1346. Okay, let's run through here and get things squared away. Okay, we're done with the hydraulic test, so I'm going to go ahead and put us on engines. We are going to, yeah, engines for now. Oh, stand by, folks, 1 second. Thought I heard someone at the door. Sorry, folks. Here we go. All right, so parking brake. Parking brake is set. Seatbelts on. Beacon, not yet. Emergency lights, arm. Okay. Emergency lights, emergency switch verify is armed and armed. Fuel panel is in auto, air panel in auto. Let's call for pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
All right, we're getting ready to push here, folks. Okay, ready for pushback called. Back down here, we'll set aux pump 1 on, transponder, and we're ready to crank it. Oh, company traffic next to us.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Chocks away. Now, you can use the internal. And there are times, believe me, I've thought about it. We had a really rough go of it once in Indianapolis about 3 weeks ago. And she just kept spinning in circles. I deducted the only thing that could be causing that is better pushback. Now, I never tried the internal one, but better pushback had no traction. It was on ice. That's all I could deduce because it's worked ever since on dry land. But the runways were pretty icy.
Connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
All right, folks, you ready to go? I sure as am, because we are almost an hour and a half in.
Starting pushback, and you may start engines.
All right, I'm going to keep them off. The checklist actually says pushback complete, then start your engines. I know they would be cranking up. Why are we not moving? Wow. I had to release it from my joystick. Holy mackerel. All right. We're going to show some little things here that people have troubles with, I've watched. They're actually pretty simple. And like me, I kicked myself and laughed at myself on a couple of them. So, like arming your spoilers. But startup here is very Airbus-esque. Once you set your ignition system, that's a little McDonnell Douglas neat-ish. Then it's down here and you do it just like Airbus, minus you do not just turn the switch and away it goes. But welcome to the Airbus 11. Welcome to Flying with Mike. I do have a private pilot's license from, well, I earned it in the 80s. Haven't flown since the 80s, real world, except one flight last summer with my uncle. And that was a blast, by the way. And I just want to welcome y'all in.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake. Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
See, sometimes it works right there, and other times I got to use the toggle. I don't get it. All right, pushback's complete. We have our ignition on. Here we go. We'll start them up. The way they call it, 3, 1, 2. So 1, 2, 3. Once you have the light, watch your numbers. Here they are building up. Cross the blue line, 767. Pilots know this one. We can then turn the fuel on. Okay, we have a light off.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the left. We'll see you next time and have fun up there.
Oh, we always do, but thanks for the push. We'll see you next time. Thanks for flying with Mike. All right, welcome back, folks. As I was saying, I still possess my private pilot's license. I earned it back in the 80s. My last actual heavy flying that I used to do with it was in the 80s. Nothing bad. I just got to a point where I flunked an enter exam badly because it looked like, you've seen some of my flying on flying. That's how I felt that day. Let it get to my head and I stopped flying. So, been trying ever since. Number 1. Started flight simming in 1999-2000 time frame. with either Flight Sim 98 or 2000, can't remember. Been flying it ever since, through 2000, 2002, the best one of all, A Century of Flight. Haven't been beaten yet by Microsoft. And then on to FSX. At the 3 years ago, I actually had a great computer running FSX, everything going great, and it ran out of memory. And I don't mean it just ran out of memory where you put another stick in to keep going. I couldn't start the machine, folks. It was completely dead. So we got a new computer, and Hawker 125 had been pushing me to, and I switched over to X-Plane, not going back to Microsoft, and started streaming at the same time a couple of months later after I got a little more used to X-Plane. And folks, I find X-Plane far superior to anything Microsoft puts out there in Dynamics. So that's why I'm not going back, plus some other reasons for another time. It's all on the internet. You can learn when FSX came out what Microsoft did. So, all right. So that's a little bit about me. I hope y'all who are new to the channel, if you haven't done so already, click that follow button. Hey, we'd love to have you along, especially those of you that know this plane, can help me out when I get into a bind with it. But I figured out many of the quirks, but the big one was, folks, I keep saying and stressing this, if you can fly an Airbus, you can fly this plane. There is so much Airbus in this plane, it's pathetic. It's not pathetic, it's actually awesome, because it makes it easier to fly. It's not a Boeing product, it's a McDonnell Douglas product. So while it's a McDonnell Douglas layout, it's still very Airbus in the Airbuses. So if you know how to fly that, folks, you got this plane beat. All right, the engines are up and running. Let's do our finish up here. Anti-ice, windshield. Let's get up top here. Windshield defog is on. Anti-ice on. Air panel, we're going to go ahead and shut it down. Hang on a second. APU off. And APU off. I may have to go up top. Okay, hydraulic pumps are good. Double check. All the way at the top there. Yeah, they're all good. And ground equipment's cleared. Right. All right. We're going to have some fun here with this plane in a minute, folks. Config. Do need to do this. All right, we're in config now. Let's verify flight controls. And then we're going to get to taxi. All right, and our trim right there, 4.3. Make your stab say 4.3. Okay, anything else? And flaps will be next. Cabin's ready. Okay, fee speeds confirmed. The purple 164. Wait a minute. I'm reading it backwards. 137, 158, 164. Confirmed. Let's go down to dial a flap. That's right, 1-800 dial a flap, folks, to get the flap setting set for your MD11. 1-800 dial a flap. Seriously, that's what it's called, dial a flap. See? Dial a flap. All right, we said 10. They're set. All right, so here we go, folks. Brakes off. Memphis traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, taxi 27. Okay, final checks here. Flight trap state, auto brakes, takeoff data confirmed one more time, 137156. This is why I wish they were pop-ups. 137158164, all good for V speeds. Here we go. I know you're all going with about time there, Captain. Oh, excuse me. Short taxi here, folks. Again, takeoff data checked. Auto flight will be turned on. EAD. Auto brake is in takeoff. Auto brake is in takeoff. Exterior lights will turn on. Hydraulic and air panels are in the auto position. Radar and transponder set. All right, we're going to come up here and finish up a couple things with our nav displays that I forgot to do after the FMC. Okay. Traffic data, VOR. Let's make sure we're not moving. We are. Okay. All right, we're going to climb to flight level. What we call it, 360 for initial? $360. All right. Uh, 270. I'm going to set this to 240 to keep us under 250 long enough. Okay, and trust that it's still holding. Okay, all right, we're ready to go, folks. Bear with me 1 second. I get my last thing set up here.
Two 561, taxi to runway TC left.
Somehow my stuff got put on speaker again. I don't know how that happened. I should have noticed it. All right, we are ready to go. Memphis traffic, FedEx 811 heavy departing 27. Lights. All right, everything's set up top. Let's go to engines here. And let's get up here and get pushing. All right, folks. Finally gonna get rolling here. Okay, as we said, click the auto flight. Here we go, lined up.
Spoiler. Spoiler.
Forgot the spoilers, folks.
Spoiler.
Talk about it here in a second. Okay, we're coming up on V1. Safety go. And we're rotating. Gear up.
Traffic, FedEx 2561, crossing runway 27 via Yankee.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, I'm going to tell it to go direct now. And it is turning. It's always a positive thing. And I'm going to go ahead and bring some flaps up to get the slats. The nice thing I will give McDonnell Douglas right here tells you. There we go.
Memphis traffic, FedEx 456, final runway 36 left, 10 miles.
Stabilizer motion.
There you have it, folks. We're on our way. Flaps are up. Here, we can't move. Let's get our final checks done here after takeoff. Gears up. Spoiler handle. All right, we're gonna talk about this before, but well, we got moving too quick. All right, a lot of people can't figure out how to arm this thing. What you got to look for, you see how I've got a, hang on, I'm not seeing, there's my cursor. You see how it's the little arrows down and up? Well, that's how you move it along the column. But to get it into the armed, which you'll see the red line here, okay? Look for the hand to show up. You can either pull it.
FedEx 2561, are you planning to taxi via November?
Stabilizer motion.
Affirmative, sir. We'll leave you Mike if you want.
And we are on our way. Matt, welcome aboard, Matt, 1997.
Yes, if
Thank
possible,
you for
that
being
will be
a part.
great for me. Planning also to vacate the taxi via November.
We're through 10,000, so let's get up here. Lights off.
After that, we'll continue our taxi on November. FedEx 2561.
And anti-ice, we'll keep it on for now, but really probably won't need it till we get over there. And I want to get my transponder. Okay,
Stabilizer motion.
there you go, folks. We're on our way. We're on auto flight and looking at about 3 hours and 23 minutes. So hope you enjoyed. I know that was a lengthy ground time with it. But I think it was, I hope I helped out a lot of people with it. So we are now airborne, climbing up to 36,000. Now, one thing I and this is not a rotate thing, this is the actual aircraft. There are very few backup gauges if you lose something. Very critical. So like right now, if all of a sudden we lost vertical airspeed, guess what? We're SOL. I don't have a backup. I can go off my altimeter and work it the best I can. But things, you don't have a lot of standby instruments. So relying on glass is great until things go astray, to me, looking at it. And see, I can hook my nav graph.
Memphis traffic FedEx 456 located W36 left on Mike 7. We have the traffic in sight, so you can continue next.
All right, there you go. There's the traffic back in Memphis. All right, so we're on our way, folks. 3 hours to go. So again, thanks for hanging in there. Those of you who came on from the start of the stream, we were going to get airborne. I just, cold and dark, a lot to do. And at 9 degrees in Memphis, it really is cold and dark. Well, not dark. I mean, it was daylight still. I will be right back. All right, folks. Oh, hang on. He's coming to the door now. Stand by. All right, folks, my apologies for the length of that. Did not mean for it to go as long, making sure we didn't get caught by ATC. Basically, folks, I had a delivery show up today, so I had to take care of that. And folks, remember, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Here in, I'm sure it's a worldwide event. Don't forget your loved one. And also add to it Ash Wednesday. Catholics, today is Fat Tuesday. So, Mardi Gras, as some say. But tomorrow, Ash Wednesday. So, just kind of helping y'all out, especially you guys and gals out there. Don't forget that loved one. They won't let you forget it if you do. All right, so we are on our way. We're at cruise at 36,000 feet. Let me get myself reoriented to where we are. DOSOA is what's ahead of us. And after the break, we'll do the step climb. All right, folks, welcome back from the break. I'm back as well. We're not 2 hours. Yeah, we're 2 hours, 41 minutes out of Boise, and we're just cruising across right now. Folks, I hope you're enjoying the ride. I know I am. Looking here to see if ATC is creeping up on us. It doesn't appear so at this time. You never know, though, once we get up and going. Looking here on SimAware. Now, bear with me. You know what I'm going to do? We're going to go to Sim Toolkit. Kind of broaden out a little bit. Let you see what we have showing here weather-wise on Sim Toolkit. Now, bear in mind, those of you that live out west know about this. Those of us out east and elsewhere may not, including those of you in Europe that live in mountainous areas. Radar stinks. Another word for it, sucks in mountains. You can't, see in all of the crevices and valleys and canyons and what have yous out there. So, this is why you get what you get out here. For all we know, this is all snow out here. Lack of weather reporting stations, the whole 9 yards is out here, folks. So, we do see snow south and west of Boise here. This is our terminus point. I'm going to go ahead and start zooming back in on us. And where'd our FedEx planes go that were behind us? There's one headed to Atlanta. Don't know where the other was headed. But anyway, we're headed up here towards Boise. So that gives you an idea of the traffic around us too. You can see Fort Worth is up. Those of you that are in the Dallas area wondering why you can't get a clearance. Well, they're busy with the guys in the air than they are the guys on the ground. Now, I did think about flying this quote, real time as the flight flew. However, excuse me there, the problem that came in was I don't like flying these aircraft at night. You can't see them like you can here. I mean, it just never works out. So the good thing is now we're not flying the real afternoon flight that they have to Boise, but we are flying in real time on your watch right now. So anyway, that's why I really hesitate on the cargo planes. We all know fly at night for the most part. And it's just very hard on simming to get that. Alright folks, sorry about that. Got a screenshot here, just trying to put it where I wanted it. There you have it folks, November 584 FedEx FE on its way to Boise. 2.5 hours to go folks. So again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. Thanks for coming out, for being there for us. We sure appreciate you folks. We love you as followers, love you as subscribers. Just love you. Those of you that just tuned in, real quickly, I've been in flight simming since about 1999-ish, 2000. I think I started with Flight Sim 98, but it might have been 2000. Progressed my way up with 2000, just like everyone, every 2 years, getting an update from Microsoft to the best sim they've ever put out, Flight Sim, A Century of Flight. I'm sorry. I know a lot of you are going to crab at me and say that isn't the best one out there. Most of you probably don't even know about that one. That's why you don't know. But to me, that was their best sim ever. FSX is where I left Microsoft at. I had it, ran it most of the 13 years in between sims. And I actually enjoyed it. I know I'm pissing off a lot more of those same Microsoft folks. I finally got a computer that was good enough, and I really enjoyed, and I came kicking and screaming over to X-Plane, but with the computer running out of memory, not because of the sim or because of 32-bit versus 64-bit and all of this, you know, Sorry, folks, didn't buy into that. Y'all did, but that's fine. You know, I did. I enjoyed, like I said, FSX, PMDG, all of that in there. It was great. I just couldn't start the computer anymore. So, had to get a new computer. That's how bad the out of memory was. And got the new computer, and you know, I have been kicking and screaming, wanting to get out of Microsoft, but couldn't find a sim that I could be happy with until X-Plane 11. And Hawker 125 kept kicking and screaming at me and telling me to go, and I'm kicking and screaming back, saying, hell no, I won't go. Hell no, I won't go. And I finally went because of that, and I'm so glad I did, and I'm glad I can honestly say I'm never going back. So, to all the naysayers on the other side of the fence, the grass is greener in X-Plane. Anyway, I also got into streaming because I built the computer for two purposes. One, to make sure X-Plane 11 would fly well. Who knew X-Plane 12 would come out by the end of that year? I think it was that year, 3 years ago. So, but anyway, maybe it was 2. Anyway, but I also built it for streaming. Again, the aforementioned Hawker 125 kept telling me I should get into streaming and put out some of these many years of knowledge I have with aircraft. Again, I didn't think anyone would want to listen, and lo and behold, 3 years later, we have well over 300 people following the channel, 6 or 7 actually subscribing to help us fund getting aircraft and stuff for the sim. I never ever thought that would happen, and that's a testament to you all. Thank you so much. So I do have a private pilot's license that I just need to get recurrent physical. I'd like to go through ground school just to get recurrent with the new regulations and all, but and time with an instructor to get get more comfortable in the plane. I did finally fly last summer in an Aero. Oh, that was just brought back so many memories of back in the 80s when I got my privates, just getting up. Folks, there's nothing like flying a real plane. Nothing. You get up above all of that stress below you, especially if you're VFR like I was, private pilot. Get above all of that. And folks, you have not felt the decompress that happens inside you when you go fly. One of my other uncle took a balloon ride, and it's very similar, he said, in that as soon as you got above the trees, all of the sound of the world below just drifted away. And it was phenomenal. So I'm going to say this like I have for about a week now. If you're an aspiring pilot, wanting to be a commercial pilot, as this guy was 45 years ago, don't let little setbacks set you back. Climb back up, as they say, climb back up on the horse, get back out there, and continue. Because if you think you can just shutter it right then and come back later in life, folks, I'm here to tell you, it's not gonna happen. Life's gonna throw punches at you, folks. Get back up on the horse, keep flying. If that's truly what God's called you to do, you will get there. Now, if God is closing that door to move you somewhere else, pay attention. That's between you and God at that point. But if you're letting, like me, a little setback set you back, that's what it was. I had a really bad check ride And it wasn't a check ride to get my instrument or my commercial. It was just an in-course check ride for my instrument that just went every which way but right. Every which way, but in the right direction. I mean, it went just, oh, so bad. And I was devastated that I flew that one. Folks, go after it. If that's your dream, if that's what you want to be, the guy sitting in that seat right there looking up at this being his office, go for it. So that's a little bit about me. So hope you all keep after it, those of you doing it for real. And I really wish you the best. It's not easy. You folks, you know, and I hate to break this to you, you may have to join the military to get those hours to build up easier. I know a lot of people say, I want to join the military. Well, it's one of the easiest ways to build time. So it's one way to look at it. Now, there's others. Don't get me wrong. There are a lot of other ways. It just happens to be one of the easiest. It's just 6 years of your life. Last I checked, it could be more now. So, all right. So we are at cruise coming up on DOSTA, and DOSTA is the 38,000 foot step climb. So what we're gonna do? There we go, climbing. I like to always check down here.
Altitude.
I'm just making sure we're still. Oh, I found what I was looking for earlier, folks. It's reference. There it is, aircraft status. Oh, well. I don't remember how to do that. What I'm trying to do, folks, is get this to say we went up. I don't know. Maybe at 30 here at DOSOA it'll tell us. I don't see it though. Okay, well, the question marks are gone. We're 906 miles from top of descent, so I'm going to say we're okay. Those of you MD11 savvy people can let me know, am I supposed to set it somewhere in here to, and if so, how? Okay, well, we're going to go with it that it's okay. You can see that a lovely wind the U.S. has been dealing with of late. We got a nice quartering off the left side here, headwind at 80 knots. So that is not a pretty thing to ever have to fly through. So but we continue on to Boise. All right, folks. I'm going to get some music rolling in the background here. All right, that I think should get us rolling here for a little bit. All right, folks. Oop, forgot to hit that mute button over here on my laptop. All right, so I hope y'all enjoy. I hope you've had a great time here. 2 hours, 20 minutes stare us down to Boise. And again, thanks for being a part of Flying with Mike. We sure love having you aboard as we take a look at the Rotate MD11 on the sunny side down side.
CC7 Island B, go down.
Bad attitude. Welcome aboard, sir. We sure appreciate you. Hope you're having a great day. Got 2 hours, call it 2.5 hours to Boise. Getting out in your neck of the woods there a little bit. MD11's not doing bad there, sir. It's I mean, it's not one of my favorite planes in the world, but I know a lot of people like it. We'll get it up in the air. It's not hard to fly, and I really recommend it to a lot of people. It's, to me, pretty simple to fly. If you know an Airbus, you know a Boeing, you got the MD11 pretty well licked. I will say one thing, and if I am wrong, please forgive me, folks. But I really wish someone in the X-plane world, well, for one, I wish FlyJ would hurry up and get the 727 up to X-plane 12 standards. But that's neither here nor there. But somebody would come out with a DC-10. That would be awesome. So, but anyway, yeah, that's one airplane I would love to see someone bring us, as well as, and I am getting very tempted to, folks. I'm starting to look at the A321 from Tolis and the A350 from Flight Factor. So, I'm not expecting much change with the A321 other than more people on board. And I don't know if you get more range out of the plane or not, but A350 has been intriguing me. But I hope y'all don't forget tomorrow. I gotta work tomorrow. That's a bummer. But don't forget it's Valentine's Day out there, folks. Don't forget that special somebody, because they won't forget it from you. So just friendly advice from Flying with Mike. Valentine's Day tomorrow, guys. Gals. Add to Valentine's Day tomorrow, Ash Wednesday. So that's right, folks. We're into the Lenten season. So, yeah, don't, I know some people are real happy because that's when the fish fries all start up. Fish fries are always a sign that spring is ahead. But, also remember the reason we, what that's all about. I really do like this song, folks. The bass in here just always gets me. Being an old tuba player. That's right. Oompa, oompa, oompa da dee. Oop. Wrong oompas. That's the Loompa Oompas. And if you haven't seen Willy Wonka with Gene Wilder, well, you won't know that song. Oompa, oompa, oompa da dee. And I'm sorry if I put that in your head for the rest of the day. Oh. So, bad attitude, what are you up to today? Hopefully, not work, but hey, work is good sometimes. All right, and to all the new folks out there, folks tuning in possibly to Flying with Mike, thank you so much for giving us a try. I hope you enjoy the content. If you do, hey, we'd love for you to smash that follow button and join our followers. What are we up to, actually? I apologize. 330 people. Would love to have more. Would love to have a bigger family, but I get it. A lot of people tune in to their favorites. I get it. I'm glad you checked us out, though. We've been streaming for 3 years. Well, on stream here for 3 years, and hope to finish one day, but never know when the end is going to come. No, just kidding, folks. We've been up here just doing the flight sim X-Plane 11 or 12 and just enjoying life itself. Got 5 subscribers. Would love to have more, but love having each and every one of you. And thanks for being a part. Been in the flight sim world since 1998 or 99, 2000 time frame through 98, 2000, 2002. The best sim of all in Microsoft, A Century of Flight, 2004. And then FSX. Okay, FSX was FSX till you got a computer that could really run it well. And it actually did a good job. Then I jumped ship about 3 years ago when my computer ran out of memory. completely not starting up and all. That's how bad the memory issue was. And switched over to X-Plane, and I'll never go back. So, a little bit about me. Also, private pilot in the real world. However, haven't logged an hour since 1985. Folks, it's just way too expensive for me. However, like I said earlier, if you're in it, don't let little setbacks be major setbacks to shut you down if you really wanted it. That's what I did. Thinking you could come back to it, and still trying to think I can come back to it. And God willing, I will. I had a great, about a half-hour flight with my uncle, who owns a Piper Arrow, last year. One of my favorite, that is probably my favorite GA aircraft. And that was a blast. So, like I said then, folks, those of you who have private pilots licenses or fly know there's nothing like getting up in the air, folks. Just to me was never, I mean, it was just such a stress relief. Really was. I miss it. But, you know, life is life. And I can't sit back and say, oh, I wish I would have gotten that. So many what ifs could have happened out of that, folks. But I'll tell you this much, wouldn't have the blessings I do today. My great wife, who puts up with me doing this pretty much every day for anywhere from 6 to 10 hours a day. Streaming part of it, setting up, putting up the videos and playing around with it. And my 3 beautiful daughters and grandchild, and 2 on the way. So I would not have all of those blessings possibly had things gone differently. So just because a door closes sometimes, folks, doesn't mean that's the end of life. A new door opens up, and embrace it. God is blessing the socks off of you like he's done me. All right. But again, really, folks, don't let setbacks in flying, be the end of the world like I let it for myself. That's the one lesson that came out of what happened to me. I didn't crash or I just had a very bad check ride. And it was a check ride in force, not to get a rating. So I let it get to my mind and tear me apart. The devil's good at that, folks. And well, yeah, I could be doing a woulda, coulda, wished, but you know what? I ended up with so much blessing in my life. I mean, it just overflows how much God has blessed our family. So, all right, we'll just continue on here. We got about 2 hours to Boise. And is that Lake Eufaula below us? Yeah. Take a look here. All right, that ain't helping. Oh, Fort Riley. So we're just around Salina and all of that good. Yeah, that's not Eufaula, but it sure looks neat from up here, doesn't it, folks? Can already hear I'm losing. Oh, wait, I better get this away. I may lose people watching. Oh, that looks like a fun lake to go fish. I think it's time to go fish. Just passing the Salina, Kansas area. pressing on to Boise, Idaho, and a load of potatoes waiting for us. But again, welcome into Flying with Mike. Thank you so much for being a part. Enjoy the music as we go to break. All right, folks, we're out of the break and we're staring down 2 hours to Boise. Enjoy the music as we ride on. Second star to the right, then on till morning.
You love me! You really love me!
DB Vetter just subscribed with Prime.
DB Vetter, welcome in. Thank you, sir. Long time no hear from you. Thanks for the subscribe with your Prime. Subscribe for 6 months. Good job there, sir. Thank you on a 1-month streak. Again, thank you. Welcome in. Hope you are doing well, sir. Finally caught me with your favorite plane. Well, I'm glad we're able to. Just snowed this morning in central PA. I'll have to check in with my folks there in the Harrisburg, actually down there in Elizabethtown. So, yeah. He was talking about the amount of snow you've all seen this year. So it's been some 20 years since the Harrisburg, Elizabethtown area has seen the kind of snow they have this year. But better over there than here. Sorry to say that, DB. Working at an airport, I'd rather the snow be anywhere but at my airport. All right, so we're on our way, folks. We've been kind of listening into a little bit of Approaching Nirvana and a couple of other songs I've thrown in, hoping we haven't taken a strike. Oh, good deal. Oh, at the Mars plant. You know, there's a funny story with Mars, folks. My dad told me. Hershey, Pennsylvania, where they used to live, got a great ride there at Hershey to show you how Hershey kisses and chocolate get made. But it's like, one of those you ride on a car. Because they were worried of people walking through the plant, inadvertently, particulates, hair, whatever, getting into the vats and screwing up the chocolate. Mars came up with an interesting solution, we'll call it. Where the tour walked through, they erected plexiglass so it couldn't happen. I always find that funny. The ride at Hershey is like, if you've ever been on those where it's like a small world, I think a lot of the Six Flags places have, where you ride around and you see different things, but it's nothing real earth-shattering. Yeah. So yeah, what an ingenious way to get around that. So, but again, DB, welcome in. Yeah, we fly this from time to time. Not often enough, probably, for some. But we do get her out of the hangar every now and then. Oh, okay. Machine conveyors. Yep. Oh, a designer. Ah, you're the one that makes all that fun stuff that people see, how the candies move and products move through their factories. Ah. Some interesting stuff there that I saw when I drove the truck. The way conveying systems worked, and when I worked in a GM plant. Very cool. Yeah, that's about the time I was driving a truck. So yeah, those were some interesting setups they had to see. Still my favorite one of all, folks, and I'm not going to kid you here. We were talking about the Loompa Loompas and Willy Wonka's movie with Gene Wilder and all. I am not kidding you, folks. When I am in Chicago working for a trucking company and they say, Mike, go over here, I forget the suburb, and pick up at Wonka. I went, I'm doing what? They said, yeah, you're heading to Wonka factory to pick up candy and bring it back to St. Louis. Yeah, I'm thinking they're really pulling my chain here, folks. I, at the time, did not know I thought that was just a TV thing. Lo and behold, there really is a Wonka candy, folks. Probably you all are laughing your butts off at me for not knowing this, but so I pulled in. I enjoyed this factory. They allow you to back the truck in its big enough dock to get the whole truck in, shut the door in front, and you can actually, the time you spend in there while they load you, it's enough time to get your truck warmed up from being out in the cold. You know, folks, when you run up there in the north, weeks on end, things on that truck begin to freeze up and the truck gets completely thawed and it's ready for battle again up there. But anyway, I get out of the truck and I actually am thinking there are going to be Loompa Loompas here. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. There actually is a Wonka candy? Lo and behold, folks, there is. If you ever ate Nerds, trying to think something, there is the chocolate, I forget the name of the bar, but yeah, that's all there, folks. I was like, wow. Not the Loompa Loompas, sorry, folks. But I was like, I never expected that one in a million years. There's a lot of things in the truck I never expected. Lo and behold, they actually were real. Hershey bought out, well, I know they bought out a lot of candy companies. And there were 50 factories you had to design. Wow. Holy mackerel. Well, I know I delivered pipe north side of, well, the Illinois side of the river, north side of 270 there. It's a whole bunch of distribution centers in there. And I know Hershey has at least one, if it's not a small micro factory, right up in there, along with Amazon and a whole bunch of other things. But so yeah, Hershey exploded. So did Mars. It always cracks me up how close the two are. And they shut down the historic factory in Hershey for the. And I think they're tearing most of it down, too, which is a shame. Reese's, that's it. And Peter Paul up in New Hampshire. No, I didn't haul Peter Paul, no. And Twizzler in I didn't know Twizzler was in Lancaster. Huh, interesting. Because I picked up several loads in Lancaster. Huh. I will have to inquire of my family, because my sister actually lived in Lancaster for quite a while. That would not surprise me. They're moving a lot of production into Mexico. A lot of things have gone there. But yeah, I'll have to inquire of my sister since she lived in Lancaster there for a while. Heck, well, you know it. My folks don't live far from there. Lived about 3 miles from Twist. You know, my funny Hershey story. Oh my gosh, this would have been like 1981 or 2. Took a church retreat out to, oh, I forget the name of the town now. Out on the, Long Island, New Jersey. And as we were probably 60 miles from Hershey, we could smell Hershey. I'm like, that would kind of suck, living and smelling Hershey chocolate. Fast forward to when my folks move out there, late 90s, early 2000s. You can't smell that plant at all, folks, in the Hershey area, let alone 60 miles out. What they did to scrub out that is unbelievable. So, by the post office. You well, here in St. Louis, I know a lot of people there by the river, south side, can smell the Budweiser barley all the time. So, from the Budweiser plant. So, yeah. But, man, wow, what they did at Hershey was unbelievable to get that smell to not be constantly in the air. Now, bad for business because that makes people want more chocolate. But I was amazed, you know, the scrubbing systems that are out there. Actually, I think it's the hops they smell here in St. Louis because it's not a foul odor, but it's not far from it. It's, you know, it's not one of the greatest. It's not like living near a sewage plant and you have to smell that, but people tell me it isn't always the greatest to smell hops. Smelling strawberries, my wife might like that all the time. All right, folks, in front of you is the Rotate MD11. And if you're curious how to get your grubby paws on it, here's a way. Just click that link. It'll take you over to the X-Plane store, and you can read up on it and see if it's something you like. I know a lot of people like the plane. It's actually pretty decently done. Here's what the inside looks like. We've talked about some of the things that, you know, I'm not a big fan of in it. The biggest being, it'll load 4 cans on for you if you tell it to load freight. But, sad to say, the cargo bay is still empty. And no, you can't airdrop. Sorry, folks. So, yeah, it's a bummer. That's one of the things I don't like. You know, there's a lot of bad things about Captain Sim said, but one of the things I did like about that company in the Microsoft flying world when I did it, when you told it to load 9 cans, it loaded 9 cans. And then you could see them in the cargo bay. The whole flight. Till you told it to unload, and then they were gone. Just something, you know, to each their own, I know. But if you're going to show it, to me, they ought to be there. Yep, you pretty well nailed it there. This plane works pretty good. That's one of a couple of little things I have with it. I actually enjoy the 767. Now, I don't have the 57. I really like those aircraft. I don't have the SSG 747. I fly the Fearless, as everyone's seen. And you know, there's one I haven't put in the air in a long time, and I gotta update it. Is the Spark 43, I think it's 43, 747-400. And boy, do I love Zibo. We're gonna have a flight here soon, probably next week in the Zibo. So we'll get back into that. So just so you all are aware. And folks, what they have done at Zibo is just remarkable. What a program. I'm going to tell you right now, folks, I told you all earlier in my little life story a couple times, I did fly in FSX and before all of that in Microsoft. I flew PMDG, and I will tell you, yes, they are a really good company. But when I came over to X-Plane and I flew the quality of X-Plane or of a PMDG in X-Plane in that 737 with the Zibo mod, that's better than PMDG. Two reasons. One, flat out, like DB says, it's a work of love. They have brought together probably the most realistic 737. PMDG thought they did, they fall short, in my opinion. And they blow PMDG out of the water with the price tag. It's free, folks. You buy X-Plane 12, you already have the 737-800. It's a mod for it, but it's a separate aircraft in there, and I'm here to tell you, folks, it is better than PMDG. PMDG just put an EFB in there. That's been with the plane since I came into X-Plane in 11, 3 years ago. Sorry to say, folks. Can PMDG beat it in a couple of areas? That's about it. A couple. Not anything else. So, gotta love it, folks. Free love. But I'm here to tell you, folks, that Zibo plane is free and hands down better than PMDG. So, yeah, we'll get her back in the air here soon. We had to get some of the other good stuff that you do have to pay for out there, like the TOLUS, the Flight Factor. I know a lot of people are looking at Flight Factor again. I like the A320, especially if you're going to fly for a virtual American or virtual Piedmont, where you gotta fly the specific engines and specific stuff. Beyond that, though, TOLUS is so much better. But they're payware. Zibo's freeware. All right, folks, hour and a half to Boise. So you know what? We always get pushed for time here. I'm going to go ahead. Let's see. We're 500 miles out. Let's go ahead and do this arrival brief. Many of you weren't here when we set up the flight here, but we'll go over it here real quick. All right. So let me that won't get me anything. Hang on a second. OBS is what we need, and charts. Let me make that a little bigger. All right, so you get an idea where we are here along the way. I know. Don't you know where KD66 whiskey is? We're out here close to Sydney, Nebraska, pushing towards Cheyenne. All right. Denver's to our south and west. All right, it gives you a little little idea of where we are. We're looking at this is saying 600 to go. All right, so let's look at it, shall we? We're going to come in on the Court 4 RNAV approach. There is a D-ATIS. We're going to look at it here in a second. Airport elevation 2,800 feet. So we're coming into a little bit of high territory, and you can see surrounding Boise, as you would expect out in the west, a lot of mountains. So we've got to deal with that. 12,000 foot minimum safe here, 11.5 here, 9.9 there, 900. So not bad. And we're descending in pretty decently. So we're going to come in at reaps here at or above 24,000. Sold 19 at or above 19, at or above 14 at DOSOA, at or above 12,500 at Court. Now at this point, or just west of it, will come into view on the map to where we can follow it on the chart. That's what this area is, just saying, so we could put it on the chart and you wouldn't see us at these until we get to about here. Bowls at or above 9,900. Irksey above 9,600, but we got to be at 250. Grizzly above 8,900. Roby above 8,100. And at Kolke at 8,000 feet, 210. All right, give it a few seconds here and we'll be out of the break. Addict to flight, let's first time chatter FedEx together, Captain Friend. Well, glad to hear you aboard with FedEx. And thanks for the first time chat. Welcome aboard. All right, folks, in about 5 seconds, we'll be out of the commercial break and everybody will be back. Welcome back. And again, Addict to Flight, let's FedEx together, Captain Friend. Hey, appreciate it, sir. Enjoy. Bring it on. We're on VATSIM. We're just up in the panhandle of Nebraska, just north of the Colorado line. All right, folks, so we left off. We were getting to Kolke here. It's at 210 speed-wise, 8,000 feet. Remember, we're almost 3,000 feet MSL, so that's only about 5,000 feet above the ground. Okay. All right, so from here, we're going to fly in on the RNAV RNIP Zulu for 10 left. All right. Real quick, let's zoom in for those in training for their instruments. Be kind to me as I try to go through this. I never got to this part. Again, there's your ATIS. We'll pull this up again in a minute. Big Sky Approach 119.6, Boise Tower 118.1 and 121.7 on the ground side. All right, being an RNIP approach. There's no frequency, folks, to tune in. We're just following fix by fix by fix by fix by fix. However, once we come around the turn, 102 is our final approach course. FATIB, FATIB, we need to cross at 3,800 feet MSL or 956 feet above the ground. Remember, folks, this you got to really pay attention. Remember, we're in higher country, so you're only 900 feet above the ground at that point. Decision, height and altitude, RNP, 0.30. We need to be either on the altitude tape here, 3237 MSL, or we're running on radar altimeter, which I'm not 100% sure where it shows on here. I think it's up here, but we'll have to watch when we start getting in close. 393. Okay. That's we'll call it 600 feet lower than FATIB. So we better be seeing the runway pretty quick. There is no ILS on this approach. That's on the right side. Okay, missed approach. Let y'all, you can't really see it. Pull out a little. Okay, so we're going to basically climb to 7,300 feet, tracking 102 on our heading, the Phoebes, then track 125 to Canuck, and we're going to go into a direct entry hold until ATC figures out what they want to do with us. No, till we're ready to come back in. Probably better than set up on the ILS. But anyway, RNIP approach, GPS, altitudes are in inches of mercury, transition levels. Hey, folks, you're in the United States, you're in North America. It's 18,000 feet throughout the whole continent, to include Mexico, to include Canada. When I said the continent, the continent. Central America could get dicey, but North America, it's 18,000 feet. There might be a sporadic area or two in Mexico. They may try to change it. Authorizations required, uncompensated, okay, and there's your minimums and maximum temperatures. All right, let's zoom it in here. All right, so we're going to come in at Kolke. One, we have to have an RNIP at that point of 80. Maximum speed at this point, 210, does not mean you have to fly 210. That's just as fast as you can go. Because you're going to be wanting to slow down, folks, because when you hit FATIB, we'll get down here in a second. Actually, let's see if I can't bring it in. You're only 3 miles out. So from here to here, you need to be basically fully set up. So we got Alzes, Cavell, Sepri, FATIB, and then we're in. Remember, FATIB, you're 950 feet above the ground, 3,800 feet. Decision altitude 393. It's not very much further after, folks. Okay. Then there's the missed approach. All right. Vertical profile 3,800 feet over FATIB. Descending. We may or may not have a glide slope indication, but 3 degrees. Probably about here is about 800 feet a minute. So we'll descend down at 800 feet a minute to 300 feet, 356 feet above, or 90 feet above the ground. 400, let's call it 400. Pappies will be on the right. We have runway end identifier lights, otherwise called rails. And there's your missed approach. Minimums for the airport for this approach. You have to have a ceiling that's broken or overcast in your METAR higher than, let's call it 400 feet, 7 feet off. So higher than 400 and at least 1.125 miles of visibility. Otherwise, plan on the ILS on 10 right. You might get lower minimums. And you may get Cat 2, Cat 3. So, but right now, we're planning the RNAV RNIP, and that's what we got to work with. RNIP of 0.3, and got to have at least 400 foot broken or overcast in the METAR, or we ain't coming in on this approach. And we also have to have at least 1.125 miles visibility, or again, got to change up the approach. Oh boy. 2 streams at once. Oh, what is DB to do? Oh. All right, so I'm gonna, we'll do it the other way. Well, we better do it this way. It's easiest. Sorry about that, folks. Let me bring this back out. We're gonna go to this page. Now, here's your METAR. Few clouds, we're looking at 12,000 for our ceiling. Okay, perfectly fine. Remember, 390, 400 feet's what we got to have, well over it. Visibility 10 miles, well above 1.125 miles, so we're good to go for the approach. All right, let's pull up the ATIS, real world, Boeing, information India, 52 minutes old. RNAV and visual approaches in use, landing, departing, 10 left, 10 right. Hey, we're lined up perfectly. No icons, so we should have a dry runway. And due to this is a very important thing, folks, because these are not a mile apart, make sure you're lined up on the right runway. Even if they are a mile apart, you have seen Flying with Mike land on the wrong runway. So, just pay attention. Once we're on the ground, real quick, folks, my goal, we may be able to get off prior, maybe, I doubt echo, but maybe beforehand. If so, we will, but we're going to plan Charlie or Mike, taxi back on Alpha, come off at Delta, and we'll be parking right about in here. Okay? All right, now I'm going to set this up. So that when we do get close, I can pull it out and you all can follow along as we work our way around the approach. All right, let's bring Top Cat in. What's going to be our landing? Well, I'll tell you right now. Estimated landing weight today is 399,401. So what did I just do? There we go, Top Cat. All right, so 399,401's our estimate. We're going to go flaps 35. Keep the engine ice on. Landing mode will say auto, but we're not. And landing 10 left. Update. All right, so currently winds are 200 at 4, putting a tailwind on us. They are still set up for the 10, so we're coming in on them, unless we're told otherwise. Heading on the runways 102, it's 150 feet width, and we have a little bit of an upslope in the landing. We'll see how that translates. I see X-plane, it does exaggerate that a little, so we'll see. All right, so we've got our information in here. We're going to go 35, air conditioning on, engine ice on, and compute. All right, so here's what we're expecting up about a 147-ish landing speed. We'll come in at about 152 on the approach. See how we do. We need 7,787 feet for the landing. We'll actually probably use 6,300, remaining 3,600. So, now granted, this is a 10,000 foot runway, so. All right. Again, this is payware. All right, so let's see if we have two aircraft coming into the same aeroport. All right, according to Similware, we are over Laramie right now. So, working our way that way. So, now I'm going to head over here, let you see. This is where we're showing up, just a little bit north of Laramie. All right, why I'm bringing up the AV tab, I want to go back to charts. Here we go. And we're going to look at our auto brakes. All right, I mentioned it. There's no talk of a FICON here. It's your runway condition reports that come out. Me, at our airport at St. Louis Mid-America, go out when it's bad weather, inclement, snowy stuff. And we run what's called a Beaumont meter. What it is a decelerometer, and we're going out every 1,000 feet, slamming on our brakes, see how well the friction is, how much braking action do you have. And out of that comes these numbers you'll see in the ATIS condition code, I think it says. And then you'll see like 5,5,5. That's what you really, really want. If anything, it's wet and braking action is great. Hang on a second. Uh-oh. We'll see. So your braking action would end up here. Now, as we start moving that pendulum down to like 3s or 2s, you end up with this runway condition assessment matrix. That's what those 5s are. And as you move down, that's what's telling you what your braking is like. So the worse it gets, the more you're going to need to figure out what you want to set your auto brakes up for. In this case, we're looking good on the braking action. So here's where we look. Tailwind component, 5 knots, which is be where we're at. What we're looking at in meters down the runway. Notice how they go up and pour. 0 wind. Actually, we could probably get away with this. Then below here is our calculated land. Oh, I'm sorry. Our corrections for altitude and weight and all of that. So you can use this, and then the next page is your crosswind component, and then we get into our next set of checks. So, but yeah, folks, that's what I do for part of my living. In the wintertime, when the ickiness is outside, we go out, we do the Beaumonks, we give the tower that information. They put it into the ATIS for you to see. We put it into the NOTAM system so the airline can see it and decide, do we, one, head to that airport? Because if we're poor and, for instance, we had freezing rain a couple of weeks ago. Folks, that's the worst thing to fly in. It's the worst thing for us because, folks, freezing rain, you put the de-ice fluid down, guess what? It's rain, folks. It just washes off. Um, so the airline has to decide, delay, will this get better? Will it not? Or just outright cancel. So for those of you that go, why is my flight delayed? If it's wintertime and you're going into a snowstorm, that's one reason. A whole myriad of reasons, but that's one. And why'd they cancel it? There's your other reason, potentially. It could be something with the airplane, which is also a good reason, but I don't want to go in on an ice runway. I could show you a video of an airplane landing. I want to say it might have been ice, but I know it was hydroplaning on top of it. So might have just been rain. And he actually went off the runway into the grass, back on the runway, taxied in. All the doors remained on the Airbus, none of them blew out. And although some speed tape on the wing was probably needed, but I'm just saying, folks, it was not a pretty thing to watch. And I don't even know if I could find it. So, but anyway, there you have it, folks. That's our approach brief. We'll be into Boise in about an hour. I'm going to be right back. I got a chore to do real quick. The dryer finished. Let me get the clothes folded. We'll be back, land this girl, and call it a day. All right, folks, my apologies there. We're back with you. Took a little longer than I thought it would. Getting that laundry all folded up, put away. All right, folks, we are just under an hour out of Boise. So we'll begin setting up for top of descent here in about 300 miles. And hope you've enjoyed. Addict to Flight is airborne as well. Not sure the route he's on, but be interesting to see. And if right now Salt Lake came up, we would be in their territory. And it is not boding well for us, folks. Look out there. Nothing but clouds. We do know the ceiling in the Boise area currently... Oh, this is now an hour and 11 minutes old. I'm going to have to work off the METAR 11 minutes ago. Current ceiling, 12,000 feet. Which, again, folks, equates to about 9,000 feet above. Well, that's actually 12,000 feet AGL, so disregard. So, got plenty of hopeful. We'll see how X-Plane does it. All right, enjoy the music, folks. We're just gonna cruise on here. All right, folks. Now, let me tell you a little bit about Thursday's flight. Barring any unforeseen problems, we're going to be back into Hercules. Flying out of Pope Air Force Base, North Carolina, headed up to Fort Campbell. My goal, to land at the auxiliary field there. We'll kind of see how that works out. We may end up at Fort Campbell itself, but that's my goal. And we're going to be in the C-130 Herc. Mighty Hercules. So right now, I haven't got it fully figured out how to make it do drops, but we're working on it. So that ought to be a fun run. It's not like Captain Sim and FSX where it was a piece of cake. This is kind of a problem. So but we're gonna try. But for now, we're just gonna do some cargo hauling from the 81st Airborne to the 101st. All right, let's start looking into this here. All right, so we've got the EAD and the send status checked. Okay, I don't see anything there. Everything looks good. All right, folks, so let's continue on for another 44 or 45 minutes or so, and we'll be there. All right, let's take a look here. 242 miles to go. Let's make sure that's correct. Okay, it's we're gonna, what did it something? Okay, so we're looking at, I think that's a good number. Okay, so we'll work with this to get in there. How am I saying I think that's a good number? Well, when I look at the distance to Boise, it's 360 miles. It's going to take us 230 miles of that to get to the top of descent, leaving about 130-ish miles to go. That seems about right. So we're going to kind of roll with it. And I'll be right back, folks. All right, folks, sorry for that. All right, let me pull up something here. All right, meant to leave you all with a better sight than that. All right, so you saw we got 190 miles to top of descent, and we've got all our numbers. V approach 152, probably about 155 is what we'll come down at. 147 is our proposed VREF. Now, as we get closer to top of descent, we'll check it on takeoff approach, and that should tell us. All right, so we are doing well here. It's head over here. You can see pretty much we're in the middle of nowhere. Riverton to the north and east. I think that puts Salt Lake down here, right about in here. I'm just guesstimating, folks. It's been a long time since I've been out there. So yeah, that would be correct. Okay, there's Bear Lake. Okay, so we actually do have some snow below us, folks. So we'll keep an eye on all the forecasts and everything. Might turn on the wing ice coming down. We'll see. All right, we got an aircraft just departed Boise. FedEx headed to Salt Lake. And it is K10. Is that a code? What's a K100? Let's look that up. Aircraft code K100. It's a Kodiak. That's what I thought. Why are you flying a Kodiak? FedEx doesn't have, unless be subbing it for Caravan. All right, showing about 40 minutes now to 40 minutes to Boise. And again, normally an Airbus or a 757 takes the reign on this. We're bringing the big girl in, MD11. And like I said, these are being phased out of the FedEx fleet. So, not going to be long until they're all gone. So, the 777s and the 767s are taking over. All right, PIH is right ahead. Ocatella, 12.6. Well, I can't do anything, folks, to tune it in. I could, but I'll just leave it. Kind of miss being able to do stuff like that. So, all right, so we're about 150 miles from top of descent. You can see it here, folks. We're also set at a 160-mile range. So there it is, right there, top of descent. I think that'll work. May start it a little early. And then we'll show some things I've learned that help so you don't run into. Now, it doesn't seem to work on the 740. I end up always having to do a go around, come back in to land, hand flying it. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong on that plane right now. So hopefully the same doesn't happen here, because it used to until I did a couple things. And we'll be sure to show you. Top of descent showing up now here at the 80-mile range. All right, so we'll come off Piney. We'll begin setting up for the descent. Landing date is checked and set. Windshield anti-ice as required. Descent limit set. All right, folks. Pushing the boundaries a little bit here in Twitch to see what's going to get me striked and what's not, and then make sure I pull it out before YouTube. Found some interesting music out there. I'm hoping it's not copyrighted, and we'll find out at the end. Alright, but we do know the music playing now from Approaching Nirvana is not copyrighted. We appreciate you there, Approaching Nirvana, with the second flight, and really love a lot of their music. So, I ever just run across some things that I really want to try out on the stream, and trying to protect the YouTube portion, because really trying to grow that site. By the way, folks, speaking of YouTube, if you do end up missing something, either because of a commercial or, we have streaming issues every now and then, YouTube is always, we always have videos put up to our channel there. Feel free to head over, subscribe, and join our family as we grow it there as well. We aren't streaming live on YouTube yet. Maybe down the road, and I understand YouTube a lot more than I do today. It just doesn't make sense. Then again, to be totally honest, Twitch doesn't either. But at least I know as they say, I know the devil I'm with. And it's not a devil, folks. It's just, there's some things about Twitch I don't get. So, check us out over on YouTube, and like I said, hit that subscribe button. It's just like following here. It's free. Just allows you to know when a video gets posted up there. All right, and for those of you watching this on YouTube, you want to watch us live, come over to Twitch. When you're at Twitch, we have a link for you there in the or below. Look at the about, see when we're flying. We'd love to have you aboard. It'd be great to have you, see who you are, welcome you in. Come on, chat in the chat room area. I think the C-130 flight I'm going to bring up on Discord as well, so we can chat if you want to voice chat. So that was something I wanted to do on this flight and totally forgot. So, and now that we're like 25 minutes from arrival, doesn't seem right. But anyway, folks, either platform, welcome aboard. Thank you so much for being a part of Flying with Mike. Real quick about me, for those that just tuned in, been in the flight simming world since about 1998 on a, let's put it in air bracket quotes, full time. Granted, it's not my job, but I wished it was. It kind of is now, but I wished it was, a job, like a job. But I enjoy flight simming, folks. I got a private pilot's license back in the 1980s. Set it aside because of bad check ride with a check pilot checking me out as I progressed through the instrument program. Embarrassed myself. Anyway, we've been through the drama for a couple of times here. To those of you aspiring, don't let that hold you back. I did. Good or bad, blessings are still there. Immense blessings by God with my family that I have. Oh, I don't know what that would be like had I stayed in flying. But anyway, I have the flight sim world, and I've been around since 1998, 99, 2000-ish. Started with, I think, FS98, but it might have been 2000. Progressed my way through the best sim ever, Flight Sim A Century of Flight, for Microsoft. and then FSX. And then I hopped over here because of a computer that completely ran out of memory. Thought, what the heck? Hawker's been prodding me all this time. Let's give X-Plane a second try. Really liked it. Never back to Microsoft, nor do I plan to. So that's my story, folks, in 90 seconds. So, folks, I really do hope that if you do have a bad check ride and you're aspiring to be a commercial pilot with the airlines, don't let it hold you up. Pick yourself up, get back on that horse, and keep at it. Life will get you to where you can't do it again. Won't be able to come back possibly. So if you've got that chance, you really want it, go for it. All right, we're coming up to Okatole, I think is how you pronounce this. Let me get up here. Okatole. And be getting close to top of descent, folks. And just for those curious, I have been streaming for about 3 years now, actually more than 3 years, about 3.5. And again, another thing I wasn't sure about, but I'm kind of glad I did it. 330 followers later, I am so glad I did. Thank you so much. Really never thought anyone would follow me, let alone subscribe, and let alone I was blown away, and every day so thankful to God for each and every one. Thank you so much. In weird ways you guys will never know, you have helped me on some really rough days coming home from work. Flight Sim was always there to help me out of that. You guys just go a step further. Thank you. Okatole is a couple miles out, and then we're going to start setting the dials up and getting this thing ready to come down. Hope y'all are ready. ATC board looks clear. I'm going to go ahead and clear off X-Pilot. And again, all X-Pilot is, folks, is your connection from your sim to the VATSIM world. Mostly good controllers. There are the ones that make it really challenging. Thankfully, they're pretty much found in certain areas, so I know when to go offline. All right, so we have just crossed Okatole. So we are now staring down Reams, which is the beginning of the for arrival, folks. And we should be making that turn any second now. And once we do start down, we'll either turn the music down just a little bit more, set up more so you can be ready for it. So we'll be back right after the commercial break. All right, folks, welcome back. We are getting final setup here for the approach. Now, with Top Cap, we showed Well, here, let me show it real quick. We got a couple of seconds here. All right, you can see VREF 147 and V approach 152 over here. VREF 149, 154, and that's just the weight difference, folks. And maybe a little to do with the fact it's more geared, like I said, Microsoft Top Cat, but it really comes in close. All right, so we'll plan a 155 approach, 150 for landing, and this is all flaps 35 land. All right, so let's come up here, get rid of Top Cat. Checklist says EAD and systems SY. Not sure what that is, but landing data we just checked. Windshield descent limit set. We're going down. Let's take it down to 8,000 foot limit. Hope for the best here that it will indeed abide by the requirements. Now, you can see we're at 160. If you want to increase that, you click increase. Well, 320 is quite a bit. I could see that like on when you're out over the ocean. But right now we need to decrease. And I'm going to decrease this one just a little bit more to the 40-mile range. Quick check. $33 miles. I am going to go ahead. Wait. Let's go ahead and initiate. All right, what I do is I set my altitude, and then I just push it in. Got your descent, and it will start us down gently till we hit that top of descent, and then it will steepen us up. Well, it's already beginning to steepen us up. But we got to watch our airspeed. So, folks, we have begun our descent. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put a pause on the music. Charts back in here. And folks, we are headed into Boise, Idaho. And this METAR showing, folks, is about 48 minutes old. Winds are 230 at 4. They may be getting ready to want to switch runways. 10-mile visibility, broken still at 12,000. So it's a good, let's check the arrivals, and still arriving and departing on the 10s. So yeah, I mean, still good. Here's Reaps with a just so you know, at or above 24,000, which so far so good. We'll be definitely above it. It's 24 miles out. Then we got sold, and I forget the next one after that. Durso, and then headed in. All right, so hope y'all are ready for this. I know I am. This has been so much fun. Glad y'all are aboard, and hope y'all enjoy the arrival, and hopefully we don't have to do too many go-arounds. And also, hope y'all are having a great week so far. Again, guys and gals, don't forget, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. So don't forget that special someone. Because believe me, they won't let you forget that you did. And also, it's Ash Wednesday, folks. So it's that time of the year, Lent again, and time to put our mind to God, as our verse of the day has been showing. And it's actually been an interesting little story there with the verse of the days. Been kind of leaning more on them than another source. He has embarked on a challenge. Whatever the day on the calendar is, today is the 13th day of February, 13th day of the second month, 213. So he's looking for verses along the way that are really good to put out for that day. I really love this concept. Today, Joel 2:13. Yesterday, I'd have to go back and learn. I was at work, so I'd have to go back a couple, but still, just really an interesting way to do it. So expect 2:15 somewhere in the Bible to be a phenomenal verse to put out on that day. So, but yeah, it's, I think, a really good verse for y'all, and I haven't seen it in a few, so usually when I do this, it follows it right up. Okay, now it's not wanting to do anything. There it goes. So again, really good verse for y'all. This day before the Lent season starts, where we turn our eyes towards God as we begin leading up to that day, uh, Easter, Resurrection Sunday. All right, where are we? Starting to come down. All right, so we've crossed reaps. We're headed to sold. Hopefully, we're not too high. If so, we'll put ourselves in a hold somewhere between Grizzy and Roby to get us down if we need to. But I think we're okay. That's the one thing missing. Hang on a second. Oh, folks, I'll be right back. My heat just kicked on, so I need to get some windows closed. Stand by. All right, just don't like the heat going out the windows. So, all right, we got that taken care of. And by the way, here in St. Louis today, it's 56 degrees. As an old weather forecaster here used to say, it's applicable anywhere in the world, folks. Every day above normal in wintertime is one day closer to spring that's not below. Better than Puxatawny Phil, the gopher, I know, groundhog, in Pennsylvania. All right, so we're at 24,000 here. All right, so DOSOA is at or above 14. And that's where I'm going to begin at court. If we're not at or above 12,500 or very close to 12,000, I may start thinking about a hold. Just so that we do come in at 8,000. I don't want to be high on this. And then once we're, we should begin getting into these clouds too. So let me get up here. Give me a second here, get up here. Let's be safe, get our anti-ice all on. Folks, it's snowing, so that means we may have icing here. Snapping off some screenshots here, folks. All right. Okay, so how are we doing? Verso again is above 14. All right, we're getting close. And our altimeter needed at 2998. All right, let's go ahead, set our brakes to medium. Okay, all ice is on, anti-ice on. Okay. Really would love to get rid of this, and I don't know how. Pretty sure the real one doesn't do that. Just call me silly, folks. All right, we're getting close to where I'm going to set this. I'm going to go ahead and set it. 298. See how it gets in the way? Hence why I get rid of them. Now it's good to have, okay, so it did set good. It's good to have on landing, don't get me wrong, because I can tick off the autopilot real quick, auto throttle. Okay, real quick, so you can see it. Your autopilot disconnects here, your auto throttle here. So we'll get that pulled up here shortly. And is our wing. Huh. Okay, we're going to decrease yet again, and now we're at the 20-mile mark. We'll go to 40 over here, so we have an overall TCAS should be on data, and I'm not going to, fully tell you. I don't know if the radar works or not. So take that, I don't know. Real quick, looking at Sim Toolkit. We are, actually showing up a band of snow right now over the airport. Here, let me bring that in here real quick. So you can see where we are. It's a little band of snow right now there. So, well, we'll, take it with the grain of salt that it is and hope they're putting salt down. No. All right. Okay, 9,900 feet. All right, so 9,900 feet, how are we doing? We're not too bad. But I'm going to go ahead because we need to be down. And we're in precip, folks. Welcome to hyperspace. I can remember how to make it slow.
Dive, dive. Dive, dive.
You don't like that either. You don't like being in hyperspace there, bad attitude? As we go into another break. All right, real quick check while we're in break for those that subscribe. Let's see if we got an update. Oh, it's an hour and 3 old. That's not good. VTAR. Same. We're punching out. That's good. All right, we are going to do a quick here at Grizzy. I think it'd be wise if we... Is that the heading we're on? Okay. Yeah, we're going to need to. All right, once we get past leaps, I'm going to go into a left-hand hold. I know standard is right, but we're going to go left because of the high terrain and head in that way. All right, here comes once we get established, then I'm gonna do it. All right, speed brakes can come in. I really am very skeptical of making colic at, well, about 10,000. Yeah, we're gonna do it. Okay, here we go. 280 is 100. Okay, and then once we come out of this, folks, we'll be proceeding again direct to Roby and then to Kolke and on to the RNAV. I am just very nervous in the fact we won't make it. So, all right. So far, it looks, oops, went too far up. Looks like we're under the overcast, so that's good. For the most part. All right, folks, we're rolling close. I think I'm going to go ahead and just, where we're at, I'm going to keep us coming around. Now we are getting some returns here. Maybe they do have it set up. Okay, there's 8,000 feet. We are 8 miles from Moby, which was supposed to be 8,100 feet. So we're doing good, folks. Now we're going to see how we roll out. Make sure we proceed direct. All right. And again, folks, if you want to drop this so that you can see it at 10 miles, look at that. I mean, you're fine. It just doesn't give you as much traffic awareness as it would here. But again, you're the pilot in command, not me in your plane. Actually, I'm going to do that. Okay, real quick, while we're here, check the rad nav rad in this one. Okay, the ILS is not, well, we don't have an ILS. Disregard, fooled me. All right, so here we go, folks. Next up will be begin our descent for FATBA. And again, we're going to just nice and easy it so that we cross at 3,800 feet. Wow, gonna fly a Southwest flight from Seattle to Oakland. All right, folks, here we go. Starting to clear the high terrain. Snake River Valley there. Evil Knievel enthusiasts may remember something to do with that. Not this guy. All right. All right, we're going to start our descent now. And I'm going to dial us down to 160. Huh, won't let us do that. Interesting. Well, we're going to go ahead and notch out some flaps, get the slats out. Why aren't we slowing? Okay, I'm about to put us to full flaps. How we doing here? And we're going to flaps 35. How we looking for the run? I don't even see the airport. Okay, flaps are at 35. See it right here. Okay. Okay, I got the airport in sight, I think. Yep, I do. Okay, I'm going to arm up my spoilers. All right, folks, we're a little high. Hopefully by chopping power, trimming down, coming in. So we're getting on profile right now. Boy, a hard time staying on the center line. Stand by, folks. There's why I'm having a little bit of trouble. I can't hear my engines. Now we're going.
Altitude. Stabilizer motion.
All right, let's give this a try again, folks. And if you noticed, I'm just going to fly the RNIP by hand. Coming in from the south.
Stabilizer motion.
Okay, folks. Boise traffic, FedEx 811 heavy, turning final 410 left. Side of the airfield. There it is. Alright, now we're in the groove, coming in. We're going to land it this time. Okay, Fatma, 3,800 feet on profile landing.
1,000.
I had a feeling we'd get not as far down the runway as I thought. Now we're going to come off at Delta, so that's not bad. Alright, welcome in, folks. Just took us one time around the pattern. I just didn't like how we ballooned up there at the end, so I chose the go-around. We'll look at the landing here in a minute. Again, welcome to Boise. Okay, flaps, slats, radar off. Transponder to standby. Okay. And stape trim 3 units. Exterior lights. We need to get those turned off. Make sure we're not moving. Okay. All right, folks, we're on the ground and just getting things set up here. Auto brake off, stape trim set, weather radar, flap spoilers. Anti-ice is not off yet. Click, 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 click. All right, fuel selectors to off once we know the APU is up and available. And I think I just killed it. We're about to find out. I think it's still on, so I'm going to go for it. See what happens. All right, folks, there you have it. We have arrived. Let's get those chocks going. All right, welcome to Boise. Hope y'all enjoyed the FedEx run here. All right, let's clear off some screens here. What's the guard frequency again? If you're talking to talk on VATSIM, 122.8, that's Unicom. Guard in the real world and on here is 121.500. $121,500. I didn't know which guard frequency you were wanting to get onto. I know that seems weird, folks, but sometimes people ask me that and they actually meant the Unicom channel. That's why I kind of went the way I did. All right. Get rid of that at the top. All right, let's take a look at this, shall we? I'm almost a little nervous to see how hard it. Oh, you're flying on POSCON. Ah, okay. Ah, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is the Unicom channel there. That's where I got it from, folks. Hey, 325. We'll take it. All right, let me close out the flight with FedEx. Stop. And they got us at little worse, but all right, so there you have it, folks. There's what the route looked like. Here's the initial information, 3 hours, 41 minutes flight time, 1,300 nautical miles, burned 24,200 kilograms of fuel, and landed at 325 feet a minute, 2 Gs. So we kind of hit a little rough. Kind of felt it coming, and we landed short. Kind of felt that too coming. All right, so we were 5 feet left of the center line, 672 feet down the runway, and again, we already know 325 feet a minute. Part of this could be that we were still fast. We should have been down in the 150s, low 50s, maybe upper 140s. But, oh well, you know, hey, I don't fly this plane a lot, so I'm very content. As is FedEx, because they approved my flight. Hang on a second, average. Got to get that number down. All right, we'll get some good flights in for them here soon. All right, so there you have it, folks. And up to here. I forgot to turn off my beacon. All right, folks. let's do this. Let me clean up the aircraft here real quick. Okay. I'm going to go off the online power, off the chocks, off VATSIM. Otherwise, it'll do it for you. And Dave Rendon, come aboard, sir. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And let's see if it's gonna behave. So far, so good. Right there, we're on a decent profile, and somewhere in between here and there, I ruined it. Oh well. But we landed on the runway. Let's see how bad. Actually, that's not bad. Wow. Let's try that one again. Very low, yes. Really didn't seem that bad. Huh, didn't seem all that bad to me. Let's pull it out and watch it again. Didn't seem all that bad to me. Other than the fact I started sinking pretty hard here. Oh well, you know, folks, I'm not going to complain too much. We're on the ground. We had to do a go-around. Like I said, we were fast. Really not all that bad. Okay, little bit of a thump there. All right, not too bad, folks. But again, I hope y'all enjoyed the ride. It was a good one indeed. Really? really did not look all that bad. All right, well, that was a good landing, folks. I'm hoping y'all liked it. And looking forward to Thursday's flight. Thursday, folks, I'm going to tell you we are going to have another fun-filled flight in an airplane we don't normally see here on flight. By the way, here's that other plug-in most of you are used to. Alright, but again, we're going to be flying the Mighty Herc on Thursday from Hope Air Force Base up to Fort Campbell. So hope y'all enjoy. It's just going to be a simple no drops, no military tactical stuff. I'm still getting used to the plane. So, but folks, this was fun. We had a fun time. And I hope you all have a grand day. And of course, we just went to a commercial. So we'll try to stall it here, get them back here, while we start looking for someone who would like us to follow them. Well, I think Bad Attitude gave us a good idea. I think that's where we'll head. So bear with me here a second, folks, as we get those folks back from the commercials and get ourselves rolling along. But again, we had a fun flight from Memphis to Boise in the Rotate MD11. Folks, I hope you all have a great day. Don't forget to smash that follow button if you haven't done so already. And if you don't like commercials, the subscribe button's always there. See you all Thursday. God bless you all. Have a great day. And again, for those coming out of the break, thank you so much for being a part. Hang on, wrong song. Really hope you all had a great time. Thank you so much. And again, as I just said, if you are new to the channel, smash that follow button if you haven't already. Love to see you Thursday in the Herc. See you then, folks. God bless you all. Have a great day. And as promised, we are gonna here on the Twitch feed raid over to Bad Attitude. Enjoy the Zebo run from Boeing Field to, I forgot where he said he was headed. Well, enjoy, folks. Bye.